I'm alive. I mean, I'm live. Hello, everyone, and welcome. And I know people are still, I'm assuming people are still getting the notification that I'm doing this. A couple of things. I am streaming from my computer on YouTube. So this is not normally how I do it. I usually either do Twitch from my computer or I do YouTube from my phone. But I have more control over stuff this way. So that's why we're doing it this way. Hey, Rowan. I know, I just started streaming. I know. It means that you want more attention. Cool. So what are we doing today? We are weaving. Well, we're setting up to weave. Welcome to my humble abode. And let's see, I've got coffee. I've got water. The question is, do I have the willpower and the energy? And I think the answer is yes, I do. Oh, hi. Say hello to everybody. Oh, who's a good baby? Who's a good baby? You're a good baby. Oh, what a sweet love. Sweet love. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope that your holidays were good. This is the first stream in 2026, so it's like I feel like it's been forever. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages and ages and ages. It's probably only been like a week and a half or 2 weeks. I don't remember when I did my last Minecraft stream, but I think that would have been my last stream. So, yeah, we're trying things out today. We're having some fun. It's going to be a lot of me hunched over my loom. So please keep me company as I do that. I will try to keep an eye on chat, but if I miss something, I'm sorry. I'm also running some mid-roll ads, but it should be like on the lowest level for a variety of reasons. I would like to make YouTube a little bit more profitable than it is for me right now, because that allows me to do more projects more consistently here. So I know ads suck, but it's one of those things that I need to do. Do not feel compelled to like become a member or do any super chats, but those are available if you want. I do this for free because I like you guys, and so might as well make the people who are running the ads pay me rather than you. So that's my way of beating capitalism, for sure. I made sure that the kitty tree is right here. You can see, if anybody noticed before, it used to go all the way to the ceiling, but I took half of it down because the cats just weren't using it up there. Rowan is using it a lot more now that this is a little bit lower. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to get my loom out. If you want to body double with me, that's great. I think that's a lovely way of just hanging out. And if you have questions of what I'm doing, I can answer many of them, but not all of them. So, yeah, that's life. I also, in the other, you can't see it, the camera stopped right here. I have a little altar set up to Ariadne and Arachne because I am working with yarn and I am working with weaving. So I figured let's put out some offerings for them to just hopefully make this process go by smoothly. All right, let's do this. Hey, hey, hey. Gentle, 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 gentle. Just my other piece stick. Well, that's one of them. I guess I'm taking that. Yeah. This. Just gonna give my loom a little bit of a wipe down with some isopropyl alcohol. I know that can dry out the wood. Well, but I'm cutting some of the grease on a couple of the parts. And the stickiness. Which was my own damn fault. This was quite silly of me to do. I used this stick as a protest sign holder last year, which also goes to show how long it's been since I've set up my loom. Last. But hey, here we are. Okay, so I'm going to be warping front to back. That's the way that I learned. That's the way that I like. You can warp back to front. That's particularly more helpful if you're doing a really wide warp with a really fine yarn and you're working with some other equipment like a rattle and warp. What is it called? It's a warp separator, but that's not what it's called, I don't think. I only worked for the company that made these for 7 years. Good Lord. My memory's not what it used to be. What I love seeing, though, is the age of my loom. Like, it still looks really good, but like I can see the areas where yarn accumulates, dust accumulates, places that I've accidentally chipped. Like right here, I chipped the beam. You know, it's a lot of like love that's gone into this. A lot of projects have gone into this. Lots and lots of yards of fabric have been made with this. All right. Let's see if I have any goo gone. Smells nice. The other option will just be sanding this down, which is also fine. This is maple, so like a little bit of sanding is not going to do anything to it. But I think this is working somewhat. You know, the thrilling stream of de-gooifying my lease stick. The reason I want it to be not sticky is yarn is going to be passing over this. And the less friction there is, the better. Tension is the name of the game. Friction is not. I know that sounds weird because what is tension if not a little bit of force? What is friction if not a little bit of force? They're just different kinds of force. Okay, let's go back to the alcohol. we're getting there. Huzzah. Just let that soak in for a little bit. Okay, I think that's enough. So let's get started. I love the process of setting up my loom. I know a lot of people don't. Like, hey, Abraham. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oops, wrong channel. What do you mean, oops, wrong channel? Oh. You are on your wrong account. I got you. I was like, what? This is the only channel well, not the only channel I have, but it's the only channel that I really post on. A lot of people do not enjoy setting up their looms. I do. It takes about as long to measure your warp, set up your loom, thread your reed, thread your heddles, wind your warp, as it does to do all the weaving. And I'm okay with that. I think it's all part of the process. You get to really enjoy working with the yarn and the threads. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy it. So, hey, Bubba. Hi, Bubba. Okay, so I need... Where did I put my elastics? Okay, there they are. I need to find the right ones. Still good for here. So I use hair ties, elastic bands to hold my loom in place, or my least sticks in place, and my reed in place. My beater bar, if you will. And I also remember I need... Oh, that one is not. I lost my beater bar pin years ago, and I have no idea where it is. But how are you, Abe? How are your holidays? We don't need that quite yet. Do I have everything I need? I believe I do. Have you survived all of the rain you've been getting this winter? Because let me tell you something. I'm kind of over. I'm kind of over it. Like, I know we need the moisture. I 100% know that we need that. But I've got a slight leak in my apartment when it gets windy. Oh, hello. Come on. Would you like to focus on me now? Hello. That's not just me being blind, right? No, I went blurry. I went super blurry. Hello. Okay, follow me. Yes, yes. Slowly, slowly. Here we go. Yeah, it's a little bit too much rain. I don't mind a little bit of rain. I do mind any amount of rain that's inside my building rather than outside my building. I don't really think that that's a fun time. Okay, so I've already measured my warp. I did that a couple of days ago. I spent New Year's Day measuring my warp. So now all I'm gonna do is get them onto my leaf sticks. I did it in 3 batches instead of one really big batch. So this is the top. Just for the sake of making it a little bit easier for me to measure and to handle. Gotta find my cross. Let's find my cross. Oh, shoot. Yeah, there was a huge tree that got knocked down around the corner from me, and it somehow missed their car, and their house, but because it wrecked their fence. Like, they have this like pretty big fence. It's short, but it's like a wrought iron fence. And ooh my gosh, that poor fence did not survive. That fence was DOA. Okay, I forgot I need a screwdriver. One of the benefits of living in a studio apartment is I just walk 5 feet, and by 5 feet I mean like 20 feet, to go get whatever I need from the other room. Yeah, I hope so too. I'll cross my fingers for you. Some people tie their leaf sticks. I don't really see the need. Woo! I do remember that I should be putting it on here. like so. I'm out of practice, okay? Listen. It's been a few months since I warped this up last. I want to avoid this from happening. Oh, man. Well, hopefully the city actually does a good thing and helps you out. Okie dokie. So, I'm doing a 14-inch wide warp. That's what I measured for. I'm using. Oh, did I do 20 ends? I guess I did 20 ends. I think I need to switch my reed to my 12-10 reed. Jeez, I did not take enough notes. I did 20 ends. Does that make sense? Jeez. I can tell that it's been humid in here because my loom, everything is just tight. Good God. I don't see any rust, which is always a good thing. And you know why we have that open? Let's just get in there. Yep. Let's get my 12-dent reed. Make sure I'm centered. I know, that's always the question, right? I need to make sure that my gym membership doesn't renew, because I do not live close to my old gym. In fact, I live quite far away from my old gym. It's in a different city than I am. It's in North Hollywood. And I live in East Hollywood. Hello. Yes, baby. So I'm just remarking my beater bar with 1-inch tick marks. I know some people would say this is sacrilegious, but I've had this loom for over 10 years. I think I can do whatever the heck I want to do with it. And I know how to fix it if I don't want this on here anymore. But it makes my life so much easier to have this little cheat sheet of measurements. Okay. Do I want to use this or my brass reed hook? The brass reed hook makes my hand smell weird, so let's not do that. Okie dokie. So, snips. Luckily, my loom is already tied up because I did a sample. But I do have to rethread everything because the sample was only 10 inches wide. I'm being very careful not to destroy any of the warp threads. I do not have a lot of this yarn left. My sister's Monstera has a new leaf. Ah, beautiful. My sisters and I have a pretty much daily tradition of sending each other little nuggets of joy. We call them pebbles. So we just send each other like a little thing that made us smile or happy. Oh, I should have started timing this. Because I do want to calculate how much time went into this. Hello. Threading. Loom. Oh. Should I turn on some music? Like some royalty-free lo-fi? Back in the old days of this channel. I'm like, it is so quiet in this room. Ouh, j'adore le café. C'est très bien. Oh, I should. Let's stop. Just stop for a second. Spotify. Come here, buddy. You don't need to be so whiny, huh? You have nothing to be whiny about. You live such a spoiled life, sir. My entire life revolves around you two, I swear. Not up on the desk. Ah. Right. All right. Let me know if that gets too loud. But I doubt it. What you doing, Bean? What you doing, sweetheart? My goal for this weaving is to be done with the fabric by the end of January. That way I can get the assembly and sewing done in February and then send it out by the end of February because I've got a March deadline. If I can do it earlier, that'd be better. Trying not to get any of this in the wheels of my office chair. My loom bench is in the closet, and I don't really want to dig it out right now. And it needs to be reupholstered. The seat is real grody looking. I would do it completely differently now. Maybe that's a good project. Is reupholstering that bench. You will not know satisfaction until you've worked a loom. Also, I've got to say, this yarn, I like the yarn as far as like I've used it in the samples and it works perfectly. This yarn is so hard to photograph. This color is so hard to photograph, and I don't even know exactly what color it is. Partially because I'm colorblind, and so I have trouble sometimes distinguishing between colors. But it oscillates between being like a lavendery purple and a pink. And it's like, what color are you though? Like, what are you? I do not understand. It's definitely more of like a pinky purple if it is purple. Like, it's not a bluey purple. That I can tell. But like, lilac? I would call this lilac, sure. Oh my god, it's a Mitchie! Hey, Mitchie, how are you? Happy New Year. Thank you. I finished it over the break. I finished so many projects that had been languishing over the break, including like I also worked on a bunch of homemade gifts for family. I'm still doing that. I can't show you because I know that some of my family members could watch this. They don't normally watch it, but like the one time that they do would be the time that I show off all their Christmas gifts that I have not yet sent off to them. Listen, handmade stuff takes forever to do. And I wasn't feeling very Christmassy this year. If I'm completely honest, I've just lost any joy for that holiday. The solstice I can get behind. Christmas itself, luckily, all my family is lovely and very understanding. Yeah, the hat matches a cowl that I haven't re-released the pattern yet, but I need to finish editing it and getting a tech edit. And I need to fix a hole. Ugh. Freaking somehow moths got to this, even though I've almost eradicated all of the moths. But they got to this, which pisses me off. But look, isn't this cute? I mean, I know how it happened. I think there were just some still in my chest of drawers when I moved. And it just got munched on a little bit. So it's repairable. But it's annoyingly repairable. Where did I just set my... Oh, there it is. But how are your holidays, Mitchie? Also, is that a seal in your little icon? I'm not wearing any contacts or glasses, so... And they're quite small. Those icons are quite small from over here. Peaceful, nice. Peaceful is good. Oh, you're on leave this week? Well, that's nice. I hope you enjoy. I was off for the whole week. I worked Christmas Eve, which was fine. Ooh, hello, sunshine. Hell yeah. Oh, oh, oh sunshine. It's been so gray here. Um, yeah, I worked Christmas Eve and then I was off Christmas Day until technically Saturday. The store opened on Friday, but I didn't come in until Saturday because I don't normally work on Fridays. So I had a very, very busy weekend at work. Just kind of getting reoriented. We're shaking some things up a little bit at the shop. Good things. But also it's like moving things from old year into new year, especially like inventory management stuff. Just a lot of busy work. And then yesterday, I taught 2 very full, overfull candle making classes. So that was a lot of fun. That was an absolute blast. Goodbye, son. It's been partly cloudy all day today. It's been rainy most of the week, which I'm glad for the moisture. But for people who don't live in Los Angeles, this city was not designed to handle rainfall, like at all. It floods everywhere. The streets become rivers, and the infrastructure is also just not meant to hold water. So there's drips everywhere. I had a leak above my bed. So anytime I'm not home and it's raining, I've been putting a bucket on my bed just in case. But woof. My apartment is chilly. I have no central heating. I don't have central air. I have a window unit for my AC, which I would love to get rid of. I don't use it enough, and I'd like to be able to just not need it. And then if I need to get a standing unit, I can. But I think it lets in more hot air than it cools the place down, and it uses a lot of electricity that I don't need it to use. And I think that would help with the warmth in here as well, if I got rid of it. But that's not a me problem right now. Why do I have an odd number of ends? There it is. Ooh! That always makes me so nervous. I was like, what? Why? Why do I have an odd number? They should all be an even number. Okay. And luckily, it was close to where I can make a fix very easily. Woo! Everything's fine. We're all good. Oh my god. Mitchie. So, I know you know Sally Pointer, right? Who I have a parasocial relationship with. I'm going to be very, very honest here. She doesn't really know who I am at all, but I watch all of her content. So I have a project that I'm going to be starting this year that is very tutor inspired. particularly late Tudor, Elizabethan era fashion. And I was watching a video about Tudor fashion, and just all of a sudden, there's Sally Pointer dressed as Queen Elizabeth. And I was like, wait, what? It was wild. I was like, wait, this isn't her normal content. This is a random channel. But yeah, shout out to Sally Pointer, one of my favorite, what would you call her? She's like an anthropologist, but like a textile historian anthropologist. Like her specialty is fiber preparation and Neolithic craft, I guess, Neolithic textile arts. Yeah, highly recommend her channel if none of you have seen her. Okay, let's just throw that on the ground. Okay, batch number 1 done. 2 more to go. Let's move this warp chain. I'm doing a full 14-yard length. Because I want excess fabric. Just in cases. So we're gonna set that to that side. Yeah, I know, when I remember seeing you two like interacting on Facebook, and I was like, I'm sorry, what? I was so like taken aback, but also chuffed, absolutely chuffed to bits. It's very weird. It's very weird because like, you found me through Adventurers Pack, I believe. And I found her years ago on YouTube. What video was it? I think it was about nettle preparation, or it was about null binding. And I can't remember which one it was, but that's how I came across her content. And so the fact that like those two worlds collided just blew my mind. Also, hold on. I love that I have this within arm's reach. Bug is actually doing work, if I remember correctly. Bug is somewhere in my studio actually doing work. Milo and Mitchie, however, are just hanging out here. Now it's gonna bug me. Where is? Where is? Yeah, I'll find later. I'll find later. Ooh. Also, my body really hated being stationary for a week. And it gave me a little scare where I was like, am I dying? And then I, of course, Googled, and Google was like, yeah, you're dying. So then I was like, I'm going to text my sister, who's a nurse, and my other sister, who has experience in this. Turns out I'm not dying. I just sat like an idiot for, you know, an entire week. And by sat like an idiot, it wasn't just like, oh, I'm sitting down and that's stupid. It was, I sat in ways that a 36-year-old man should not be sitting for long periods of time after normally being on my feet for 9+ hours a day. So what can you do? What can you do? What do you do with a problem like Maria? And by Maria, I mean me. Ooh, I can show you a gift. For someone that I know will never watch this channel, which is my brother-in-law. Look at this knit hat. It's not really picking up super great, but this bottom part is green. This top part is gray, and then the middle part is a mix of the two. But this is a pattern of mine that was published like a long time ago. And I decided to redo it, and it was really nice. It was super, super fun. And I hope he likes it. So it's very stylish. Here, I'll try it on. My hair is... It's called the Orienteering hat, and it is delightful. Ooh. Oh, what was his name? Yeah, I'm looking very 1970s right now. We've skipped the 60s, and we've gone right into the 1970s with my hair. I also need to shave. I have not shaved in like a month. I shaved for Thanksgiving, and then I was like, why? I am very excited about this year. I've got a lot of creative projects that I'm... Winter installation is important. So true. I've got a lot of projects on my list. Some that I can talk about, some that I can't. But there's some cosplay this year. There's going to be... This is for an article I'm writing. So I can't really get into some of the details on this project. But yeah, it's my first article in... God, I don't even know how long it's been since I've written my last piece. But this is for the weaving magazine called Weft Magazine. And this project is completely made out of upcycled materials, donated materials, or materials that have been languishing in my stash for many, many, many years. Thrifted materials. The yarn is from an estate sale my mom went to and sent it to me. And this project should use all of that up, of this kind of yarn. I have a few cones of other yarn that's an acrylic. It's a knitting yarn, a knitting machine yarn technically, but it's thin enough to be woven. I don't know what to do with the other stuff, because I don't really wear a lot of acrylic because it makes you smell bad. It's plastic. You're wearing plastic. So I don't really quite know what to do with that. Because I have a lot of cones of it. Like 3 or 4 cones. 2 in this like blue color, 1 in black. Or vice versa. I thought about making a blanket, but I don't know. I don't know. I started spinning yarn again. I haven't done that in a really long time, so that feels good. I'm using up some old fiber that I've had in my stash for over 10 years. It's just really nice to come back to it. I put a lot of my like crafting, my textile art stuff away in the last couple of years of my previous marriage for a variety of reasons. And so it's been kind of nice and also hard to come back to it. Mostly nice. It feels kind of like a homecoming in a certain way. But I also can't help but feel there's a little bit of baggage associated with it too. But I'm feeling that spark really reignited right now. It feels like it's in my blood, because it technically is. But yeah, I'll show you the skein of yarn that I made with the former bobbin of singles that I had. Like, look at this. I made a 3-ply. I just chain plied it. Which is lovely. I'll do another video on that, like an actual edited video on that yarn. Because I don't know how much I'll have, but that small skein right there is 90-ish yards. 91 yards technically. It's 1.5 ounces and 43 grams. Yeah, 43 grams, 91 yards. So I think that's a DK weight. I don't actually remember, but it's fairly fine. And the singles look really good. The fiber is 80% merino wool and 20% Tussa silk. The name is not a name that I think is great for that yarn. It's called Oriental Jade, which is wrong on 2 counts. Jade is not blue, and we don't use the term Oriental because it's racist. It's really reductive, is what I should say. Like, what does that even mean? My fish tank is going well. That's another update. My shrimp have had babies that are now growing up to be adults. Most of them are now wild type shrimp, Neocaridina, whatever. And of the 5 original shrimp that I put in there, only 2 remain. Their life cycles are fairly short. So, yeah. And then the guppies have not yet had babies. I somehow accidentally got 3 males and I think a female, though she doesn't have a gravid spot or egg spot, but she has the body shape of a female. So, and the males sure act like males around her. So, I've got a bunch of projects that I want to finish up, especially the piece that I've been working on for Z or Zara. I'm now on the embroidery phase of it, and oh my god, I've considered going like, oh, I've bitten off way more than I can chew. Do I cut my losses and cut out this embroidery? But I don't know. I feel like I just need to commit, buckle down, and finish it. But I've been working on that project for almost exactly a year now. I started warping up my loom for that, my other loom, this time last year. Really, I guess it was like 11 months ago. I was moving this time last year, while LA was on fire. Don't need to do that again. Luckily, we've had a ton of rain this winter instead, which is far better than the hills burning. Goodbye. We're almost 2/3 of the way done with threading the heddle. Reed, not the heddle. The heddles are over here. put my scissors. That one was too long. How about we do that? Okay, next batch. Let's grab. The cats are both asleep on my bed right now, and it's so cute. And it makes me want to bother them. Out of love, obviously. Like I just want to give them smooches. Okay, next batch. Next and final batch. And then the super fun part of threading the heddles. Where I look like a shrimp. Because I'm hunched over my loom. There's a knot in that yarn. That's fine. That'll be left unwoven, technically. Section beam. That's the word I was looking for about an hour ago. What? What? I know. Yes. Okay. Apparently it was pay attention to Rowan time all of a sudden. Is this what you were needing? You know I can't thread my loom when you're on my lap. We'll pause the timer for a little kitty break, huh? Yeah. You sweet baby. You sweet baby. Y'all, if anyone thinks this cat is not loved, they'd be so wrong. Isn't that right? You know you're loved. Did your sister lick you there? Weirdo. Can I get back to work now? Your daddy has a deadline. Daddy has a deadline, buddy. He's like, I do not care. I do not care that my papa has a deadline. He's like, whatever. There we go. Okay. I love you, but I need you to move. Except he's very warm, which feels very nice. Ow. I guess it's kitty in the shirt time. Which, I suppose... Okay. Anybody coming into the stream right now is going to be very, very confused. Oh, yeah. Is that good? Or was that too much? Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm streaming through YouTube, so it doesn't have like levels. Like if I'm filming through OBS, I can see the levels of the various things. But I just have an overall level check, and it's not that sensitive. So harder to see. My body shape, and then every now and again, it moves on its own. Yeah, anyone who doesn't know me is going to be like, what is going on there? And the answer is cat. Who's going to be very upset with me in just a few moments because I'm going to have to move to begin the next step. Thank you. Fun lore, some Rowan lore, is when he was a kitten, he came to us with ringworm. We didn't know it right away, and we got a call from the Humane Society, and they're like, hey, so this batch of kittens that your cat came from, all of them seem to be exhibiting signs and symptoms of ringworm. Can you bring him in so we can give him a checkup? And sure enough, he had ringworm. So I used to have to give him sulfur baths. And that's exactly what it sounds like. Baths with a medicated sulfur solution. He hated them. I also hated them because it smelled like sulfur. But he would be so cold and so sad. So I would wrap him up in a towel afterwards and then hold him, kind of like this. And ever since then, he's enjoyed being inside my shirt. He used to cuddle up inside my robe. But it's much harder to do that with an adult-sized tomcat than with a kitten. So, you know. We make do. It is cute that he still enjoys it, but it's bulky, to say the least. Bulky and sharp. Someone needs his nails trimmed. And that someone is in my shirt. Okay. The reed has been slayed. What? Ooh. That's 1 hour, 6 minutes. A wild rowan appeared. So long, buddy. Okay. I can move these back. Yeah. And this over here. Ah, yes. The wild Los Angeles helicopter. Backing removed. Let's grab. I am weaving fabric for an article that I'm writing, and I can't get into like a lot of the details, but it is a garment, or will be a garment when it's done. Outerwear specifically. And it's gonna be absolutely fabulous. If I do say so myself. too. This is one of those points where I absolutely despise being colorblind, because I can't really tell exactly what this color is, because it looks different in every single light. It looks different depending on what you put with it. But yeah, it's this. This is the cone of it. All that's left of it. I don't know. It's pretty. I call it lilac. So whether or not that's the actual color, I don't know. Yikes. Okay, cool. You'd call it lilac too. Yeah, it's tough because it's like kind of a pinky purple. And I mentioned this at the beginning, or in the middle, where it just like that's a color that I have trouble discerning. So it's just like, what color are you? Oh, it's just it's not that kind of color blindness. It's red-green deficiency. So I have trouble distinguishing between colors. So especially in like the pink area, lavender area, where I'm like, I don't know, like salmon pink always looks orange to me. Like orange, not salmon, but like orange. So that's one that screws me up every single time. Okay. Let's find our center point here, which is easy now. And then that's the center point there. So whoa. Do I want to go middle left first or middle right first? I think we're going to do middle left first. Oh, with blue-green shades. Yeah. It's funny because I grew up in a very artistic family. So I've had a lot of color training over the years. I worked in the paint department and I was really good at matching color shades, mostly because I used the color matching tool properly. It's amazing when you follow the instructions on a piece of scientific equipment. You get accurate results. Okay, let's get the timer going. Reset. Start. So I'm just doing a sorry. I'm doing a bird's eye twill. So the threading for this is on this loom. There are 8 harnesses. This is an 8 harness loom. Some people call them shafts, but we call them harnesses, or we did at this company. And each harness has individual heddles that bring one thread up at a time. Depending on how you do your tie up down at the bottom where your treadles are, where you press it down and then things raise, that raises certain threads. How you thread the heddles determines what kind of patterns you can make with your treadles. So for this one, the pattern in the heddles is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, repeating. So it's just. I need to clean inside my loom too. Okie dokie. This is kind of a bad angle to show you, but also the only angle that this will fit in between here and here. Really starting to miss the footstools I used to have. Because that was the perfect height for me to thread my loom without feeling completely shrimpy. Bug! Hi, Jay. How are you? Happy New Year. How are you doing today? Or maybe tomorrow, in your case. I don't even know. Oh, it's what? Almost 3 o'clock here. Oh, so it's like early AM tomorrow. Well, good morning. Come back. I'm doing pretty good. My anxiety has been pretty bad like the last few weeks. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm also doing very well. I don't know how to explain it. It's a mixed bag. All I know is I'm having a good time right now. So, you know, that's important. Yeah. Sorry, my friend. One thing I am excited about is that Adventurers Pack starts filming again this week. So I'm really, really excited to see everybody. I miss my babies. I miss my friends. I haven't seen most of them since Emmy's birthday party in December. I can finally give Emmy their birthday gift. So this is the part of the project where you have to be really, really focused on counting. Because if you miss thread a heddle, that completely shifts your entire weave structure. So, I know, Adventurers Park. I was like, what the heck? Adventurers Park. Yeah, we're back with Melis Machina this Wednesday, 7 p.m. Pacific. And then this coming Friday, the Gauntlet is back. I'm on this first episode back. So I'm really, really excited. I need to remember how to be how to be my characters and how to play the game. I haven't touched any TTRPGs since November. So you know, it'll be fun to kick off the rust. What's this? Ow! Oh, spam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive. It's kind of like that, except it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go back. So my weaving won't be late. Now, that is one thing. I need to give myself a pretty strict weaving timeline. It shouldn't take me too long, but parts of this process are pretty fiddly. So, we'll see. Do I remember how to be a mod? Great question. I can hardly mod on my own channel these days. So, good luck and Godspeed. Okay, this isn't going too slowly, which is nice. It's amazing how your muscle memory just comes back. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, then I let it go again. No, I am not familiar with that one. I remember 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door. 5, 6, pick up sticks. 7, 8, lay them straight. 9, 10. Is it do it again? Everything in my apartment feels moist. I think it might be because of my fish tank. I put a heater in there because it's been getting quite cold in my apartment overnight, and I don't want to kill my fish. So I think the heater is causing more evaporation, and it's making my space just a little bit more humid, which is probably good for me and good for my skin. But I can feel it, and it's just like, ooh. It also doesn't help that it's been raining for like days. Definitely doesn't help. This one continues as, why did you let it go? Because it... That's so funny. Yeah, I've never heard of that one. Yeah, I've never heard that one. Oh, yeah, is it cold over in the UK too? Like, I can't say it's cold here. Like, what is the temp right now? It's 62 degrees right now, which is honestly not bad. It's, if, depending on the weather, it probably feels more like 55. If I'm completely speaking out of turn here. But California cold hits different. I lived in Colorado for 30 years. And I guess 31 years. 30 years? 30 years. And it would get into the negative teens out there. And it was a different kind of cold, a dry cold. Out here, it's a wet cold. And it just, it gets you to the bone. And it's really hard to warm up again. And as I was mentioning earlier, I do not have heat in this apartment. So it's just bundle up. Bundle up, babe. Ugh, also, I should probably do something like YouTubery right now, which is, thank you so much for watching. If you're enjoying this live stream or the VOD of this live stream, please give it a thumbs up. Give it a like. If I've earned your subscription today, please hit that subscribe button. If you're already subscribed, thank you. Self-promo always makes me feel so weird, even though I know I should. I am trying to make YouTube a little bit more of a supplemental income than it has been in the past, which was $0 and 0 cents for a long time. But I got monetized last year. Remonetized last year, I should say. So I might as well make the most of it and also try to stay monetized. God, -3? Yeesh. Brr. What is that, like 20? Is that like 24 degrees Fahrenheit? No, I did my math wrong. 26 degrees Fahrenheit-ish? I don't remember my conversion. I'm trying to be better at learning that stuff because I do find Fahrenheit to be kind of stupid. Like, just let freezing be 0. Why 32? Like, that's a rhetorical question, by the way. But, like, 0 being freezing, like, freezing point, makes sense. Whatever. I don't make the rules. I just have to abide by them. Mostly. Yeah, the other cool thing is I'm only like a few hundred followers or subscribers away from being at 10,000. And I'm really happy about that. I'm really, really proud. Thank you all for those of you who have made that number go up. I have lots of plans for 2026. So I'm hoping to put out more content that's maybe a little less involved. It'll be snippets rather than whole projects. There's just, especially in the crafting community on YouTube, there's such a push to have like the reveal at the end. And that's just not how I can work. I made a ball gown in 3.5 days is not how I work. And that's not how I want to work. You know? I make wearable art. And to do that, it takes time. And God, the people who can do that, like, it's impressive. Like, honestly, it's impressive. The people who can do that, it's just not, it's not me. It's not how I work. I know the algorithm prefers that, but I'm not doing this for the algorithm. I'm doing it for you. And I'm doing it for me. Because I enjoy this. I really do enjoy this. I just enjoy it more when there's less pressure to perform. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. If YouTube thinks, oh, more people should see this, great. If not, okay, that's fine. I have a day job. You know, like, does it barely pay the bills? Yeah. But, you know, did I have to sell my soul for it? Nope. Oh, this is gonna be so pretty. I might actually be able to start weaving today. What, I'm 2.5 hours in to the stream. No promises. But I might be able to get started. Because I'm almost done with half of my warp. Just under half of my warp. And then it's just winding on. And then weaving. Voting again for Solo Bean? What? Voting again for Solo Bean. Am I missing something, Bug? Because I've been a solo bean for the last 6 years. Ooh, I guess I could also give an update. So if those of you, if you watched my last video of 2025, ooh, tea candle. Right, I remember now. Those of you who watched my last video of 2025 know that I've been musing upon what big project I wanted to do in 2026. And I have decided, because you all basically voted for this without a true vote, we're going to do the Tudor-inspired Feywild court dress. I am not doing Oberon for a variety of reasons. Number one, he is pretty problematic in mythology and lore. And in Midsummer Night's Dream, he's not great. Neither is Titania, to be completely honest. Like, the Fey court is not known for being gracious. But I still want to do a Feywild inspired court dress. Inspired by Midsummer Night's Dream, but not directly from. So, I know we were kind of throwing out the names of like Mustard Seed and Peas Blossom and like all of the other fairies that are attendants to Titania, or Titania. However, I know I'm probably pissing people off with how I'm saying it. So I was thinking about creating my own character, named like Bramblebriar, you know, something like that. So the inspiration is going to be wild bramble. Some people think of it as like wild raspberry or wild blackberry. That's going to be my inspiration for this garment. So I'm going to be pulling a lot of inspiration from those plants. And I'm really, really excited. So it's going to be a long-term project. I do want to do the full outfit. So that means either purchasing or making the hose, making the breeches. I'm not doing a cod piece because that was out of fashion by the Elizabethan era. And that was a King Henry VIII thing where he was like, look at me, I'm so masculine. And frankly, I don't need that. Yeah, I don't need to be like showing a giant bulge on the internet to be like, I'm so masculine. That's just not my thing. So I'm going for an Elizabethan era sort of look, something that would have been around the time that Shakespeare was actually writing. This was primarily inspired. Hold on. Because when I was in Colorado this summer with my parents, we watched Shakespeare in Love again, which is one of our favorite films in our family. And just the outfits in that are so good. They're just so good. Whoever did the costume design for that one, beautiful, beautiful work. I don't know if it's historically accurate, but it's pretty. The other thing that I was inspired by was I was also finishing the Sandman Chronicles on Netflix at that point, and there's a scene where members of the Fae Court come to the human world, and I was pretty inspired by that too. So I want to make my own Tudor court dress. I may try to wear it for, oh my god, bug, I was literally about to say this. I think I'm going to try to make it for Ren Fair, but that's in May. And I don't know if I can do all of that in time by May. So it might be for next year's Ren Fair, 2027. Because one of the big things that I have decided to do, probably the biggest part of this project, is I'm going to hand make the ruff, the Elizabethan collar, and I want to make it out of Venetian needle lace with my own bramble design. So that's gonna take a long time. And I don't want to rush it. So but yeah, it would be great because I plan on using silk and linen. And that should be totally comfortable at the Ren Fair. And as long as I'm not being an absolute nitwit, then I should be able to keep it clean. Okay. I've got 4 more threads on this side. And 2 of those threads are going to be my floating selvage. So, what does that mean? A floating selvage is just 2 threads, 2 or more threads usually. I'd rarely do it with 1. But 2 threads that do not pass through any heddles. So, it allows you to capture those edges when you're weaving. If you are doing a twill pattern that doesn't capture those edge threads every single row, every single pick. Yay, halfway done. I'm going to pause the timer. Stretch out my back. Yeah, it's going to take a while, but it's going to be cool. There's a few different kinds of Elizabethan collars. There's the one that you see Elizabeth wear a lot, where it's more of a fan shape and you see like the points and stuff. So there's that option, but there's also like the Shakespearean looking ruff where it's just the actual ruff. And I think I'm going to go with the one that's more like Elizabeth's ruff or Elizabeth's collar. And that won't take as long as an actual ruff. That's like yards and yards of fabric. It's cuckoo bananas is what it is. Because basically you're just accordion folding a ton of fabric. The other benefit of doing the Elizabethan ruff in her style is that you see a little bit more detail on the lace than you would in the other ruff. So, yeah. It will be supported by wire. That is historically accurate. I will probably be hand sewing a lot of this. My sewing machine is acting up right now, so I might need to go get it serviced. But I also just think working with silk, I'm more comfortable doing that by hand than doing it with a machine. It's longer, it takes longer, but it gives you a cleaner finish and a finish that you're more in control of the tension. So, Jiminy Christmas. So that took me just over half an hour to do less than half of that work, just under half of that work. All right, not bad. How many hours am I already into this project? Let's find out, shall we? 14 times 7 equals 98, 99. So that's 1 hour. $39, 24 seconds. I don't really care about seconds. I'm almost at 3 hours so far. Not including any of the sampling at all. Because that was a couple of months ago, so I don't remember. Wow, the sunlight. Where'd my hand go? Who's to say? Cool. I'm gonna grab some more water, and some more lifeblood. Let's see. Where'd I go? I do think I'm gonna change out these curtains. When I moved in, they were here. I took down the curtains around my bed. Because there was a leak in my ceiling, and my landlord had to come in to check it out. And I felt like it closed off the space a little too much. I loved it because I felt like I was enclosed in my bed, but I live in a studio apartment, so like literally this is my workspace, my life space, my sleeping space, my eating space. It's all in one. So having it more open now, it just feels nicer. Like, yes, am I a little goth boy at heart? 100%. But also, like, I enjoy not being depressed and in the dark. So I might use the curtains that I took down from there over here. They're too long, but so are these curtains. So the other option is making curtains, and I don't want to do that. So the other option is purchasing curtains, and I really don't want to do that. I don't have that kind of expendable income. So, woo! Gosh, I love coffee. It is time for me to continue. I think I'm actually going to take a bio too. Goth Faye, yes. Yes. That's me. That's me. Anyways, I'll be right back. was like, I don't know where any of the buttons are on this YouTube thing. Ooh, I would be a... Ooh, bug. I like the way you think. Bramble from the Sealy Court. I don't think the name Bramble is actually what I want to stick with, by the way. But Briar, I also don't want to stick with. And Bramble Briar is kind of a mouthful. I mean, not bad, though. Sorry, I was also trying to catch up with what's going on with my family. There's... Colorado's on fire again. Near an old farm that we used to go pumpkin hunting. Like, also pretty close to where I used to live. So, I was trying to get a little bit of an update on that. But I'm back. Hey. Let's hit pause, not pause, unpause. And where's my music? Music. I wonder if there's royalty-free classical. Not royalty core, royalty free. But I'm not really in the mood for that. Cottage core? This is the one. Ooh, let's do this one. It's basically the same. They're all, my family is safe. Yeah, my family is completely safe. It doesn't look like it's in anywhere. Well, I shouldn't say that. Where it currently is, it's easy to fight the fire. If it moves beyond the highway, it's near a lot of residential stuff. So I just hope we don't see another Marshall fire, which happened a few years ago, which destroyed a neighborhood that I used to drive through all the time. Okay. It's always a little bit harder going this direction for some reason. Scheherazade? Yeah, Colorado has been dry. Dry this winter. We've gotten more moisture over here than Colorado has. I know. I know, especially in the winter. They've had hardly any snowfall this winter. And like, one thing I will say, Colorado usually gets most of its moisture in like February and March for the winter, but it's unheard of to be this dry. And for those of you who don't know, a lot of Colorado is farmland. Like, soft C? Like, Scheherazade? Not like school, but like sh. Ah, Rimsky-Korsakov. I don't know that composer. I'll have to look them up. But yeah, Colorado is primarily, or not primarily, like 2/3 of it is farmland. And they need that moisture. And what they really need is a snowpack in the mountains so we can refill those reservoirs. Most of our water comes from snow. Snowpack. I will. Bug, if you have a favorite recording, please put that in the Discord. I adore sharing music and art like that. So the other thing I'm doing when I'm on this stage of, well, I'm threading my loom. I'm also checking to make sure that I don't have any crossed threads up at my reed. Because crossed threads, they'll screw up a project quickly. Because you usually just have to like re-thread it at that point. Like that specific section, but then you're either unwinding your warp or you're untying something else. It's not a fun fix. And since I'm doing 2 threads through every slot in my reed, it's a little bit more dangerous if you get a cross between 2 pairs, because those are really hard to untangle. Not impossible, just harder. And this thread is, I'm gonna say this very clearly, is called a slubby yarn, S-L-U-B-B-Y, which means that it's thick and thin throughout the yarn. So this provides even more challenge if anything were to go wrong. I'm also a little nervous because the last time I used this type of yarn was for another weaving project, and I ended up with like 7 broken threads, which is annoying. So I'm hoping I don't break any threads on this one. It's already going better, knock on wood, than the last project I did. I'm also only using 1 kind of yarn in the warp. The other one I used 2 different colors and then, well, 3 different colors, 2 different colors in the same type of yarn, and then a third one in a tencel, which have different properties when put under tension. And I think that caused some of the issues as well. I'm also doing a thinner warp. So it's long, but it's thinner. So I shouldn't have as many issues with tension across the warp. It should all be fairly even once I get it wound on. Oh, thanks, bud. I will have a listen after stream. Ooh, by the by, I am going to try to stream Hades 1 on Twitch at some point. I don't know when, but I'm going to see if I can get over my motion sickness so I can play it on stream. I've been playing Hades 2 on my Switch. Oh my god. I'm almost like 100%ed this game. I've never done that with any game. But now I'm in the hard parts, like the really, 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 really hard parts. But I'd like to give Hades 1 like the good college try. Because I never beat that game. I think I beat Dad once. If I knew how to stream from my Switch, I would. Because then I would just play Hades 2 for you. Because honestly, I've gotten kind of good at that game. But like I'm so far in that game that like I'm not doing any plot anymore. All I'm doing is trying to achievement hunt. And so it's just me losing a lot. I haven't rage quit yet, but I have gotten to that point where I was like, ooh, maybe I should quit for right now, because I'm about to rage quit. And we don't need that. We don't need me rage quitting on stream. It's not a cute look. I think we're about 2/3 of the way done with the warp. Nice. I'll definitely have time to wind the warp. And then depending on how long it's been for me to stream, I might start weaving, but I'm also getting kind of peckish. Something I am trying to do better about in 2026 is listening to my body. So when it sends me signals like, I'm tired, or I'm hungry, or I'm thirsty, I listen. I'm gonna get a physical scheduled, get some blood tests, because I haven't had a physical in years. Years and years and years and years. And I'm the ripe age of 36, and I'd like to live for at least 36 more years. Longer would be better. But, you know, let's manage our expectations. Yeah. Oh, Emmy Rage, yes. Oh, Emmy Rage, oh, Emmy Rage. I am excited. I finally get to give Emmy their birthday present this Wednesday. So by this Saturday, they should have new laurels to wear while they play Hades. Hades 2. And then I might steal the old laurels and see if I can't fix them. But, like, they are pretty heavy. The way I made them... I would do it differently if I were to redo them today. Kind of secretly hoping that I have enough fabric left over to make a wall hanging. All right, enjoy your lurk, bug. I think there may be a pretty significant delay in either what you're seeing or what I'm seeing. Oh yeah, there is a big delay. That's like a few minutes delay. Uh-oh. Sorry, y'all. Ooh, this is a slight change, by the way, in my streaming life. I think if I'm streaming an art or a craft, if it's textile related, it's going to happen here on YouTube. And if I'm gaming, it'll still be on Twitch, but it's going to be separated. I'm not going to stream crafts over on Twitch anymore. Not for any other reason except for that's content I could be using here on YouTube. And makes more sense to be here on YouTube. So, yeah. I will be splitting my live streaming time between those two platforms. All right, so long, bug. Oh, this is so pretty. We're getting so close. I really just started kind of like zooming, huh? There's a certain point where you just get into a flow, but it's also much easier when there's fewer ends to manage. It's quite nice. All right, and my last two are floating selvages. So, ooh, geez, hunched over for that long is not good. So threading the heddles took a total of 1 hour, 9 minutes. There's an all clear on the fire. Always good. Okay, let's get... Oh, no, not a timer. Stopwatch. Start. Because now we're going to tie on and wind. So we're going to put... back beam back on. Okay. I'm going to do these in basically 1-inch chunks. So for me, 1-inch chunks are 24 ends. I don't need to worry about tension on this side. I just need to get them tied on. I don't even care if the ends are even. I'll do that on the other side. Yeah, I might have lied. I might try to fix some of this up. Hold on. What is the deal? Yeah, because these ends were like way too off. Okay. something that one of my weaving mentors a long time taught me was the 5 Ps. Because the reason I was thinking this, I just jumped in mid-thought. It probably seems very fiddly that I'm like trying to align the ends of these yarns, like each individual one, before I tie them in a knot. But this phrase, this 5-word phrase, the 5 Ps, is proper preparation prevents poor performance. And I think that's true in pretty much every field. And it is particularly true in weaving. I might start in this direction now. 2. Yeah, that's one piece of advice that has stuck with me. It's kind of like the perfect practice makes perfect. Practice makes permanent, but perfect practice makes perfect. That one I learned in high school. But yeah, prep work is everything when it comes to weaving. This kind of stuff helps prevent any surprises later. Because that's one thing I really don't like in weaving is surprises. all of this slack is going to be taken up once I start winding on. So I'm not concerned. At this stage. Yeah, tension surprises usually end up causing a broken warp thread. And I am not here for that. Yeah, and I will likely actually probably stop streaming after I'm done getting this part done. Because I am quite hungry at this point, and I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Buddy, not now. You know I adore you, but now's not the time. Welcome back, Bug. And mostly I need to stretch. Oh, yes, actually, thank you for the reminder of hydrating. I've been so bad at hydrating. And, you know, my body has told me. Saying, hey, you're not as well lubricated as you should be. Oh no, bug. Oh, it's kitty bath time. Is that a threading error? Mother. How bad is it? Oh. It will be him. It will be Rowan. Oh, boy. I think I have a threading error. The thing is, you wouldn't really be able to see it. So the easiest thing to do is to just pull those two threads out. Okay. So I should put this on here first. It is, Mitchie. Oh my god, no, bug. This would have shown up right away when I started weaving. So I would have just fixed it then too. But I basically repeated something that I shouldn't have. And that's okay. Because I just pulled those out like it didn't happen. I am going to have to re-slay my reed when I get it wound on. Because otherwise, I'll have a gap. And we can't have that. And I'm really hoping that's the only threading error. What I might do, actually, I'll move those. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I will do it at the front. I know I just had like a lot of thoughts internally, and you weren't there for them, but I'm gonna fix it after I wind on my warp, because it's gonna be easier that way. Otherwise, I have to untie all of these, and I don't want to. Or do I have to? Yeah, I would say conservatively, setting up is half of the weaving process. Because, geez, just measuring the warp took me an hour. More than an hour, almost 2 hours. Took me an hour and 39 minutes just to measure. But, like I said, proper preparation prevents poor performance. Yeah, it hasn't toppled over yet, but we'll see. I kind of want to get a new cat tree for them, but I just don't want to spend the money for it. Because I bought that when I moved in here, and that's only a year old, but you get what you pay for. It was fairly cheap. It was supposed to be like a tension rod system that hit the ceiling, and it was wobbly even then. And I think Rowan stopped using the top one because it felt too unsteady. This yarn, this fabric is going to be gorgeous. I can show you a sample of the fabric if you promise to forget it. I'm not technically under an NDA, but people will be paying for this article. So I don't want to give the secret sauce away for free. But I can at least show you my sample. I will not show you the sketch. Even though I am pretty proud of that too. Mostly, like, I wish I could fast forward to see how they photograph this. The cool thing about this article is they've given me such a like large scope of what am I trying to say here? They've given me a lot of freedom in what I do for this project. And it's really cool to be able to be like, this is what I'm passionate about. Let me tell you about it. Yeah, when I get this last pieces tied on, I'll show you. The other thing I'm excited about is I'll get the sample back, and so I'll be able to wear this garment maybe even auction it off. I don't know. Whew. My legs are cold. Need to get a blanket on later. But it's hard to weave with a blanket on your lap. It's okay, I'll be up and moving in just a second. I gotta say, that's something that will never get old about writing articles, is getting to see the finished objects photographed by somebody else. It's just cool. Like, it's a really cool feeling. And I'm not ashamed to admit it. It's also been a really long time since I've written an article, so like that's, I think, adding to my excitement. It's been a long time since I've put anything out there in the world like this. I've been kind of MIA from the yarn textile world for years at this point. I used to have a couple of articles out every year. Exactly, Bug. Because let me show you, I'll get the last ones done and then we'll kind of do a wrap up. But I'll show you one of their other publications, just to show you the kind of quality that I'm going to see. Okay, and we're just going to split this one down the middle. I'm actually realizing maybe it is best to try and fix those warp threads now. I'm just going to have to be really careful when I wind on this warp. Yeah, thank you. We'll see. I'm not saying I was a celebrity by any means in that industry, but I kind of was. I used to organize a lot of special events. Okay, so we're gonna... Okay, I won't have to rethread my reed because I didn't pull two out of the same dent. I just pulled one out of the same dent. So it'll figure itself out. I do need to untie these end ones here. And then that, my floating selvages, we're gonna put in heddles. Okay. Let's get the gang back together. And then we have 2 new floating selvages. A superstar. I was not a superstar, but I was known. It didn't hurt that I was one of the few men in the industry. Like, yes, I consider myself a man, in the loosest sense of the word. Being a non-binary folk. This will be my first article where I'm going to use my non-binary pronouns, which is fun. Get some more representation in that way. And my first article since I moved from Colorado to California. So much has changed since the last article I wrote. Like, it's wild. Actually, a fun little tidbit. Someone that I used to know back in Colorado posted a photo of an event that I helped organize and MC, which was a spinning yarn at the Denver Art Museum. And I was primarily in charge of the marketing of that, as well as some of the planning, a lot of the planning. So it felt really good to see someone posting about it after all of these years. Give myself space. Separate my braids. And of course, like this is when it all falls apart, right? No, I've done this enough times. I know what I'm doing, mostly. man. I will likely, I'm going to not do this on stream because I am going to have to be very, very cognizant of the fix that I did here. But yeah, now I'm just going to wind on. Let's see if that gives me too much grief. Cool. I'll do that in a little bit. So let me see if I have. Yep. And let me grab a sample. So without giving any details away, this is a sample of the fabric that I'm making. This is the right side, and this is the wrong side, even though it's going to be reversible. But all of those fabrics are strips that I cut out of reclaimed materials. Let's stop that. We're gonna do, that was 53 minutes plus. And then this is the other magazine that this publisher does, which is Ply Magazine. It's a spinning magazine. You can contribute or copy. That's my old address, but like I don't want to dox my previous self. And look, it's me. That's me. I spun 2 different yarns using 2 different methods and then made the same project twice. So I knit these 2 hats. That's not me right there. But yeah, that was a fun article to write. The article I'm writing now is way more involved. I think it's a 4-page spread, if I remember correctly. Which is only a little intimidating. But I've written large articles like that before. Let's see. Ooh, where's my first article? Which one would that have been in? That was in Spinoff. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? My article was the headliner. So that's not my yarn, but this, a brand new 4-ply was my article. They called me to ask me to write for them, which was really cool. And then I had my own photo shoot. So like, there's my legs. and my arms. So I did a Navajo ply meeting 4-ply, and yeah, this is a 4-page article. Back when I was the digital media specialist at Shack Spindle Company. What year was this? 2015. My first article was 11 years ago. Jeez. Goodness gracious. So here we are, back again. This is too low, but I can't move my chair because there's yarn in the way now. I'm gonna call it here. It's been over 4 hours of streaming. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Just a reminder, if you're still watching and you haven't yet, please give a thumbs up to this video and subscribe if you haven't already. I will be live again probably this... Before I say something... Yeah, probably this Friday, even though I'm on the gauntlet that night. I might try to do some streaming that day. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. This was fun. And I will tell you when the article comes out, because at this point, I'm probably just going to have this in the background for the rest of the next month or so. Mostly because... Can I... This is solid maple. It's fine. Because I can't talk about this until after the article is published. And like even then, I can't really talk about it in detail. I can just show you the finished object at that point. But I'll let you know when it does get published because I'm just chuffed. I'm super, super excited to see it done. I am so grateful for all of you. So thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay creative, and I'll see you elsewhere. So happy time zone to everybody. So long. Thanks for all the fish. Bye.